Hey everyone. Today I'm a little more set up than previously, so shouldn't take me as long to get going. Probably, question mark, maybe. You know, whatever. Definitely, whatever. it'll, it'll happen eventually. Public Discord. I forgot to link to Twitch last time. Okay. Oops. Whatever. Good to go there. Just gotta basically tell it to follow message, and or she's just a wish list, and join the Discord. I don't really care if they follow or sub or whatever. If they want to, that's fine. The goal is to harvest as many people as possible from this, from each of these things towards actually supporting the game. I'm not here to be a streamer. I mean, streaming's fun, but definitely feels like a don't quit your day job sort of thing in my mind. Not a good long-term plan. To be fair, one could argue game dev is also not a good long-term plan, and you're not wrong. But that's okay. See if anyone watches this time. I've been somewhat consistent lately, I doubt it. There's a strong argument against actually even streaming and just instead of focusing on like shorts and the like, because that's gets a lot more eyes and I don't have to sit here as long at any given shot. I can just get them walk around. Streaming does force me to work on it though, that is true. So that's not nothing. Yeah. Could go either way, really. I'm just going to keep paring the game down, or actually I should say streamlining it versus anything else. I think that's the right call in general. I really don't want to keep adding features, because if you keep adding features, it'll never get done. Actually, what I really need is ghost particle. Just going further ahead with that ghost form. Made a quick form for her, so you know it's a little better than the other, but definitely not a finalized anything. That'll load everything up. First load in Unreal Engine is the worst load in Unreal Engine. An evil version of her. Portrait wears out pretty fast, but I need to give her a particle so she looks all ghostly and everything. I tried making her transparent. That does not work very well. Possible I could play with it a little, but I just don't think that's going to work too well. Let's go an evil version. What I probably should do is just make a series on like how to make a game and just build a game so people can see it, like an actual just step-by-step tutorial series. Probably like an RPG or something, because people really, you know, jive with that crap. Even though I myself am making a Metroidvania and not really an RPG. The problem with Metroidvanias is you need unique mechanics, so explaining to them how to make unique mechanics is going to be... I guess I could get them started on a 3D Metroidvania. But it's not even a very proven genre. What this? Maybe should not backtrack. Arcanes, more Dark Fantasy Studio stuff. Some of the Dark Fantasy Studio stuff's pretty good. I'm probably just gonna use their music almost exclusively in this game. Mostly because the home bundles I got were exclusively their music in the first place, so... They were inexpensive. They do like to copyright claim you sometimes on things. So you have to figure out which ones of theirs they copyright claim you on, even though they supposedly not supposed to be copyright claimed. Doesn't matter. Alright, it's easier to just check the demo map fees, I forgot. See how long it takes to get any kind of viewership. Yeah, I don't know. You need to stream a long time to do well in these kinds of things. I don't see myself really doing that as much. And this is a hell of a particle, but the only problem with it is it just seems like it'd be really hard to see her, and I don't think that's what I want. The reason I switched to a model, I mean, for a little curse mode, not just a particle, was purely because jumping was very difficult. I was missing simple jumps that I shouldn't be missing, and I'm like, if I'm missing these, the average user is really gonna miss them. Some of these are neat, but I want this one, the magic burst. Am I not using this already? I am. I gotta switch the Empress to a lobbed thing or something like that. Cause yeah. An aura. I think I've used half these auras already though. They were very good. No, I have not used these auras. These auras were not good. These auras were too much. They get in the way of what you're doing. You can't really see. Some of these I use because they're going to be useful for barriers and the like. Like I'm probably going to make these barriers that you have to get through and just put them over things, and then, you know, that'll work out. Like maybe I'll have an immunity to fire option or so. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but none of those are going to be good for a ghost form. I want something wispy that kind of just always wanders around with her. But explosions probably aren't going to get there. I'm glad I've come to my senses on a lot of things in this game. Things that were just insane. It's great to dream big, but there's also reality. Almost like he's better than the other portals. Almost. That might even be better than the Portal 2. Maybe. Don't care right now. Bunch of books. Nice. I sure got a lot of portals to choose from, don't I? Just one problem. I really don't need portals. Thanks, though. There's something wispy that kind of just smokes off for a bit, sort of. Or some radiation crap. Well, you know, I can always recolor it if it looks like it's the right thing. Just enough. Takes forever to prep this stuff. You guys finished yet? Can I see the particles? I was really expecting them to be a little more than this, to be honest. They don't look like they're anything. They look like just decals with a couple of little dumb particles. Huh. Skip all the realistic blood stuff because I don't care about that. The hell am I looking at? Oh. Okay, well, I expected this map to be much smaller. Exclamations. These RPG effects could be handy for something. What? I don't know, but... Glowy hands. Portal. I must have had this one a while. Pew pew beam. Yay. Oh. I'm bored. On to the next ones. Mage ones. Oh, I didn't notice the names there first. The 3D text. You can put a text render actor in the world? Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Pew pew beam, laser, shirt. None of these are what I'm looking for. Whoa there, buddy. Wow. How come the archer ones look the coolest of the lot? Jesus. Probably skip those ones. Hand spells. Pew pews. I'd much rather just lob something at them like an actual object than fire some energy blast, which is just boring. Why do I feel like I used some of these already? Maybe not though. Grab this one from there, put it on Poppet. Paste to right here. Try again, but this time with feeling. Yeah. That one's interesting. Find the exact one there. I thought it would look more purple than it does. Okay, I clicked this one, I thought. Or maybe I did not. Supposedly I did. And yet it says lightning aura. There's some code changing something somewhere? Because in here it doesn't show that at all. It shows... like this one looks more like that one, and this one looks very much not the same at all. That's weird. Well, let's try the other ones. What do I care? That looks closer to what I was looking for. Dark magic aura. Darkness aura does not look as good as dark magic aura. Light aura looks very much like the one I was using to heal with, so that's true. Mist aura. This is called mist aura? It looks like fire. Wild. I'm pretty certain I'm using this one though already. Yeah, darkness aura and light aura. I guess not using whisper or dark magic aura. Definitely that one. The model doesn't have any changes to, like, you know, like chest size or anything like that, so she looks, or just never hair. It's always funny. Oops, hands are off the keys. This over, it's just like way too far over. No. Yeah, I'd like to delete that, buddy. So we compile and save, so it'll let me delete that. Each new version of Unreal Engine gets buggier, and buggier, and buggier. So I'll put them in the same order, even though I don't think it's going to make much difference on this. It's going to be a question of a few seconds, actually not even a second. Double bots on Twitch already. Wow. I do see why people don't tend to use Kick much. It just really lacks any kind of traffic. Sure, so I find there's some people there, but man. Of course, this time the bots were on Twitch. Usually the bots are over on Kick. I was kind of surprised. The bots actually this time around have been a lot less on Kick, because I took a couple months off. Interesting. Because they were really bad before. And we did the just chatting category, which is like prime bot territory there. I mean, I could add an additional thingy where she does this on the ground or something, but she might switch in the air, so I don't know about that. It's possible I want some sort of explosion first to create it, though. I want the lighting. The lighting makes a pretty big difference. The character's not really designed to look very good in normal lighting. To be honest, she is too darkly complected. A sack material, I mean, what was I supposed to do? Make the sack material too light and it makes it almost look like a human skin. It looks really weird. So it's kind of like a little SOL. Plastic doesn't look very good either. I tried that. Porcelain looks way too white. It's hard to make it look real. Or real enough, so... Yeah, she has just enough darkness to her skin that she does not look the best in the light. Did I not activate it? Or is it not visible? It doesn't seem visible. Why this? Why this indeed? Why does it seem like there's something else I have to do? If these work... Let me learn the world, see what it looks like just on her on top. Maybe it doesn't look very well on top of her. See if it works at all. It should work, but you never know. Yeah, it should look like that. Constant little glow off of her. So, why in the world didn't you activate? It's almost like it's reversed. I hate the zero afterwards. Shouldn't be anything weird, and I don't understand why it wouldn't work. And this seems completely backwards to me, but just for the sake of argument. I think the particle works if it starts enabled. So you're not going to move at the same time, are you? There's definitely a lot of crap on this character. She does kind of run the whole game, though. Yeah, this makes no sense, because this is literally supposed to turn it off. Now it worked, but not the way I was hoping for. Well, we'll swap them real quick since I put them earlier in the thing. Maybe it was having some issues with the ordering. I suppose anything's possible. Whenever something's random, it's a timing issue, so. You're invisible, right? Like. It's obviously doing the rest of the code because it's doing the stuff beyond her too. Well, beyond this. Yeah, if you notice, it looks like it deactivates it. Like it was briefly on and then it deactivated for just a moment. How does that even make sense? So when it turns it back to the normal thing there, it's literally telling it to deactivate this particle and it's not doing it. It's obviously only in 2 areas. It must just be doing all this other crap and it's just not a... not the right thing. it's going to go the same, but we'll try it this way. So it could be a timing issue. I might need to have some delays in here or something. I don't want too many delays in this particular thing since it uses a defensive thing there. Hey, Nope User, how's it going? I'm breaking things. Wow. I guess breaking is the wrong term. I'm reordering my game so that it's more streamlined. Yes. You are gonna play, right? In theory. It blows up. Oh no. Oh well. I didn't like it anyway, right? In doubt, make it go pop. No, you. I'm not sure why this particle is not activating. Where's she at? It's activating here somehow. Right here, it's supposed to remove the tag and add the tag here, but there is an async option. No, but there's a do once on this, so it has to completely resolve the whole chain before it's even allowed to switch back. Not that it takes very long, but this smacks of a timing issue. It's so random what it's doing. Yeah, that's just weird. It's not a timing issue, but no. Nope. I have my macro one that's set up to be logical and not garbage like the original one. It's actually a curse format, but whatever. Something's happening in a weird order. Is this ever called? It is from here, but that shouldn't make a difference in how it's set up. That should be one. We're gonna make these ones red so I get an idea which chain it's going down, or sort of red. No longer at a break. I'll just pull that there and save time. This turns her back, so it should deactivate there. That's the theory. That's basically... Oh. Well, I can't do it this way anyway. Actually, I most certainly can do it this way. If I want to do it this way. Because I've changed the actual information after this one. I had this before the change, or before it removed the tag, but by doing it this way, I'll just reverse it and it should be fine. That might fix the problem. I'm gonna leave all the other print strings here just to be certain, but... Timing issue in a way. It's bad coding issue. Well, I'm uncertain why the earlier ones didn't work, because they had no reason not to, besides the timing issue. Like, logically, they were sound. Well, I moved them after to try to solve it. That was not logically sound, but... Okay.
The steam whispers, the wall talks to me, but the piper has a name, but it's a liar. A shooting star jumps by shadows, but I saw it now. Why are you talking to me? Stew and rum doesn't like being taxed on a failure. Why are you?
Okay, keep a screenshot of this so I can see the order everything happened in. This is the order it happened in. So immediately it did 1, 2, the fails, sure. Then 3 just fine, sure. Ghost form is now true. So in theory it did this. So that's switching to ghost form. Then I switched back. And it seemed fine here where it's just like sure. Get the first 2 trues, yeah. 3 obviously. 3 is kind of worthless on always even there. I'm just gonna bypass that no matter what. This was false, and then 5, sure. So in theory it should deactivate it there, but it never activated it. That's what's weird. And then back to ghost form. F3 true, 5 sure. And then back to it's 1 2 true 3 false sure. And 5, so that looks perfect. And then activate again. Still seems correct in the false sure 3 true 5, yeah. And then I activate it one more time, and now it's 2 T3F. Oh, right here. That's probably where it's forcibly ended. And then false should have turned off, so there's no logical reason this shouldn't be turning on and off the way it's supposed to. This is turning on and off just fine. I even moved the deactivate after for this thing, so this shouldn't in theory do anything. So maybe I just need delays throughout the whole thing, huh? Like just a delay until next tick to let it do its thing. Possibly true. It could be some sort of bizarre timing issue. Seems a bit strange. I don't think I need this. It's kind of an irrelevant thing. I know it's going to finish. Just like this one here seems highly unnecessary. This is already a built-in delay. So in theory, maybe some extra delays will get the job done. This is weird. It was on for a second and then it turned off. And now it's on again. Even though it was on false and it shouldn't have turned on, and then here true it should have turned on. And there it didn't turn on. And here it didn't turn on. And it turned on briefly but then turned off. And then when I ran out of sanity it stayed on, I guess. What is causing this bug? Because the shift is working perfectly fine. I guess there's a... Well, I tried it before the async load and it didn't fix the bug at all. You just have like a really long startup or something? Is that causing some bugs? Or I don't think it does. It's like a perpetual. Just to check, these ones seem to work fine, so maybe there's some issue with the actual particle? Maybe. Well, I know that's actually different one there. It's not the same one activating at all. This one's just never activating. The one I'm seeing is the light darkness one.
I'm not talking to me.
And you're missing your yeah, it's actually that. Cough, hack, wheeze. Such cough, much hack. Such... Sorry, I did such wheeze. So just such cough, much hack. Good times. Maybe we'll just start doing like videos or something for things. It seems like the return on investment is huge for the games you're working on. Like you can get thousands of views in a day off of like, you know, 30-second to a minute clip. But if you stream working on it, even in the best world, I've never come close to doing that. Stupid phone notifications. The fact this just isn't activating at all. Does it need to be on the body? Is that a thing? No, it doesn't say it does, but it could be if it wanted to be. Maybe attached to the root or something. The thing that it works when it's just always activated is interesting. Like, it just works. I mean, not the lightning aura, I want the dark magic aura. Doesn't really scale, does it? Just out of curiosity. I don't think so. No. Depends what about this allow scalability thing. It doesn't really seem to work. The Niagara particles are so much worse than the Cascade particles ever were. I wish this model showed all the different adjustments to her with all the morphs and everything. And blueprints, so she actually looked half like she's supposed to. But it doesn't, so that's fine. Well, I can always dump it on the upkeep graph if it's going to cause issues. I don't know what its problem is, why it's not activating. It should be, though, which is interesting to see. But we can fix that, just no problem, just dump it on here. When in doubt. Don't need all these extra delays. Not that they make much difference, but never know. I don't need this crap if it's going to be weird like that. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not working on that. And it's just literally telling it to deactivate and activate, you know, just on the chain. But something is wonky, and rather than sit there and mess with it forever, I don't have to do it that way. Actually, let's put a delay node down here. A little extra delay there just in case. So if that's active, do that. Otherwise, do that. Not that I like putting things in the upkeep very much. I can probably add an extra second for the check, though it doesn't have to be all the time. Shut off. Actually, it never turned on. The hell? It's her gameplay tag, so I shouldn't have to do anything extra with it. It's already updating from her. Yeah, it's literally running the command to execute that, activate the particle. And yet it's not. Over and over and over. And this is just sanity gains, that's the thing. Or is it just the particle itself that's trash? Those are the same size. Let's grab a different particle. Yeah, here's an aura thingy. We'll use you. Something has to be wrong. It's just something unusual, because I mean, I've coded this multiple ways, and every one of these ways should have worked, is the problem. Which leads me to believe that it's not the code that's the issue, it's the particles messed up somehow. But it's weird because you can activate it and it's fine, it's just activating it. The thing doesn't seem to do anything, which is weird. Yeah, see, my code isn't wrong at all. There's something weird about the particle. Is it like too small? Is it because it's trying to sample a body? Maybe it's trying to sample a body it's on? That's awkward. It's actually tied to yet another mannequin. Well, first of all, I don't want it tied to another mannequin, because the last thing I want is additional things linked to Poppet. What I actually need is, use the UFM mannequin. Probably should have opened up all the other ones first. Did I break it? Oh. Why aren't we temperamental? He doesn't like that skeleton at all. Oh. I just wanted a CPU fix error thingy or something. I'd rather everything be linked to this character than the other. You know? I could actually use a handful of these. I'm just going to replace them all so I don't have to think about it later. Oh, thanks, Split Cap Games. Yeah, I've been hard at it. I recently decided to update how all the tarots interact so you could use a bunch of them together. Which I'll show in here. I'm going through and streamlining things. There's a bunch of things that I was I'm gonna add this and this and this, and then I was like, I had more skills than I had like rooms in the game. I was like, wow, this sucks. This is terrible. Takes a second to look. Okay, first, before we do this, let's remove these. Because nobody wants to see those over and over. But yeah, all the stuff from there is assumed to is like from the first chapter of the game. I'm still working on the other 3. So this room's in the Steam trailer. My computer's kind of a potato though, so Unreal Engine plus streaming plus it's usually a lot. My dev menu. Give it a second to figure itself out. First load takes a second. A long second, evidently. I need to close all the crap on the side. Okay, now I'm setting it up where you can actually wield abilities flying around. It gets 50 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming and all these things, but again, my computer's a potato, so now I can fly around, hit things. I haven't quite got the leg animations right yet, but I mean, it takes almost 3 hours to get through the first chapter. I got about 5 hours of content, but the bosses of the second chapter aren't really programmed particularly well yet. We're not even going to talk about the third chapter. There's some concepts for it. This is my favorite of the looks that combine together. You have the devil plus the pitchfork thing, plus the wings. Ooh. I actually think it'd changed how this one works. When you stream to Kick, sometimes it likes to unmute itself. Mute that tab real fast. But I mean, there you seem like there it represents 1.9% of the game. As me flying around. I guess I didn't hit the whole room. I'm sure this room actually probably represents maybe like 2.5% of the game. The whole room. So it's kind of big. But I'm thinking of changing this so that she throws little mushrooms instead, and the mushrooms explode and hit things and cause them to grow or shrink, instead of just gesturing at it. Because I kind of want it to be a weapon as well. Maybe it'll grow and shrink enemies too for fun. That'd be kind of cool. Peek in all the secret ways, places. Ooh. But I'm pretty happy with this room. There's, I think, in the first chapter, there's 4 of 21, maybe 22 rooms that I don't like. And so I want my first, the demo to be basically be the first chapter. Don't jump in the water. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Ah, 79, impossible level to achieve. But I've been making fun changes, such as... I had a... You see it in the little Steam trailer that I actually had a steampunk piano, but I decided that it was too small. So the trailer is kind of a lie, I'm sorry. The piano is now bigger by a lot, because I thought it was funnier and funner to just jump around on top of it and actually be able to play it. I could speed this up a lot if I just do this. Close all that crap. It's not free to leave stuff open in Unreal Engine. You do pay. So now you can jump on them. I need to put the actual text on the keys. It appears above the keys, but that's just hard to see, so I don't like that. There's going to be a puzzle for it. There is technically a puzzle for it now. That's why all the text is over there, because I was testing it out. But I made it real simple just for me. Oh, I guess I already hit a key. I have to have it appear somewhere, I think. So maybe I'll have it appear on like some text on top of the piano or something. And those things make a loud noise. Very confused. Yeah, I put all these secret doors in now. So all the new stuff is kind of rough. The secret door is new. The piano is new, so it needs a bit of work on the how it accepts inputs. I made temperance better. Better look to it. But I don't keep much of the areas loaded since it's a big game, and my computer would pop if I did that. I recently discovered data layers, which let me unload and load rooms dynamically so that they're not always around, which is better than the H-load system, which doesn't quite do that. But the downside is every time you walk through a door, I have to make certain that everything visible through the door is in multiple data layers, and it takes to go through and do all that. Second area is more of a Wonderland piratey theme, with like machinery and everything farther down. These aren't normally here, they're just here to lower the water to show what's going on in the area. Guess I could use temperance or something. Oh, that's the wrong one. But I do have temperance. I guess I better fix this bug. It's supposed to load this room. Why did you load this room? I added in a leveling system, an ability system, and this loading system. There's a whole bunch of new things I added in to vastly improve the game and fix a lot of the problems. They sure are buggy right now. Yes. They won't be soon. I'll go through and fix all the bugs, and game's not coming out tomorrow or anything, so I got a little time. Where were you at? Oh, it's Sunken Grotto, I believe. Sunken Depths, there we go. Okay. You are not in the Sunken Depths. And where are you? Are you in the nothing? Like, it'll like italicize it if it's in it. No, well, of course you aren't, because I'm supposed to click the mushroom. You are in fact in the Sunken Depths. That does not mean this room info reflects saying what it's supposed to. Over on Poppet, it does say the Sunken Depths, right? It does. And you do go the full length of the room, right? You do not go the full length of the room. You don't go to the ceiling at all. You're actually too short. Huh. Well, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Maybe I was trying to resize it and I forgot to finish. That does sound like me. Sometimes, you know. You forget to finish. Bye. I actually split this pool apart and put it this hallway through it so there's a viewing area. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'm showing off all my bugs. I mean, quality programming. It's just bugs, okay? There's a lot of them. So many bugs. Actually put that into this wall here, which is all I really care about, and that needs to be taller. How tall is this one? I guess I can just measure it out. It needs to go to the ceiling here. We'll try 26. How far into the ground are you? Anyway, how's your day going? Hopefully it's exciting, or at the very least a good one. It looks like it's pretty far into the ceiling there. I can see over there. It doesn't quite reach the outer wall there. Which means it needs to be fixed. Also 30 is not enough. 36. It's probably closer. That looks pretty good. We'll try. I'll just reduce the numbers until I can see the things. And this matters because if they're the wrong numbers, then it'll attempt to load this room when it should not. And that is a lot of resources wasted. So 35 is the number I need pretty much, or maybe 34 would probably be about good too. 34 is not good. No, 35 is much better. That being said, I want to also get this to the wall. Because this whole room appears to be just a bit too small. I could have sworn I made this room the right size, but swear all I want. The proof is in the pudding, right? It's right here. Alright. This is the first room of the second chapter. It does look a lot like the room the other one's in, because it's on the other side of a door. There's exactly one door separating you from the second chapter. In theory, if you can get through the little grate over here where that water's coming from, you could probably bypass a chapter if you wanted. Kind of awkward. I'm not sure you actually would be able to beat the game. I don't think you would, to be honest, but maybe. Speedrunner might find a way. I hope they do. It means that people like the game enough to speedrun it. Where is the... Hmm. This used to work. And now it does not. I guess I didn't double check which room I was counted as being in. So that is an issue of sorts. It says I'm in the sunken depth. Well, it says that's the sunken depths. Doesn't say I'm in it necessarily. Let's load this room instead. We'll just jump directly into this pipe. Gotta move that around. I don't know where this pipe's going yet. That's why it's just kind of here. It probably has to lead somewhere secret. I kind of want it to come from below and get up into here, but maybe I want this one to go down below instead. It is not triggering the room. That means the room info is... Oh, I see. The room info is also H-loaded. I'm smart. So the actor that loads the room is also stuck in the same thing it's supposed to load, so it'll never happen. Yes. Genius. Somebody don't feel like a 3D Metroidvania give me a headache? It might. Might. I mean, I really just treat it like a 3D platformer, right, with backtracking that you have to get new abilities in. I mean, that's really all a Metroidvania is a, you know, a platformer where you've added in backtracking and abilities that unlock new ways to go. It would be like if you took, you know, the 3D Mega Man games and put them in all the levels together in one. Actually, they have 3D Mega Man games where you just did a thing like that. Never mind. I was like, if you just take all the individual levels and ram them together, but they had like what, Mega Man Legends or something like that, where they did that. And of course there is the actual 3D Metroids that came out as well. Making one's kind of a headache because there's some issues with like when you do a 2D version of it, you can literally just keep the player in one screen. You have to worry about them moving to the side and then getting up above things or something. So being in 3D makes it hard to deal with the verticality problem where they can just often jump over things that you didn't want them to get over. Mine's inside of a building, so that helps a lot.
You're going the wrong way.
At least this works now. Like that. Gotta fix that rock. This room is just being kind of... I'm adding more gameplay to it. You're supposed to lower the water to get in here. And normally water's lethal, but I just equipped immunity to water to make my life real easy. Slow loading there. Whee. First load of the day is the worst load of the day. I have to go and optimize all the crap I just added. A lot of it's stuck in the world. It hasn't been, you know, H-loaded out or converted into things that are actual like static meshes, not geometry brushes and all that stuff. Yeah, you're supposed to lower the water here. Those buttons you have to go find. They're not normally there. I simply put them there because testing any other way would be the worst thing I've ever done in my life. It's actually not true. There's plenty of horrible things I've done. Oh yeah, we're not going to fly. Flying's cheating. I gotta remember I changed where the dash button is. Don't double tap. I gotta put more of these seashells places. I made these little seashell things to open and I don't have it. I'm barely using them. Remember, dash is over here now. We'll fly over. Yay, you shouldn't have this here. It's just outright cheating. So I clip myself on that like an idiot. Haha. Listen, if you see me, you know, as the pilot of whatever plane you're in, get out of the plane as quick as you can, okay? Trust me. Even if it's 30,000 feet, you might have a better chance without a parachute than with me flying. I don't 100% know, but that's the problem. I don't 100% know if you would have a better chance the other way. Statistically, I think you have a better chance falling 30,000 feet than me flying, though. I have the sneaking suspicion that, you know, there's a % chance you survive the fall, and there's like 0% chance you survive me flying. Right? Because you're still going to fall like 30,000 feet if the plane crashes. The only difference is you crash inside of a giant ball of, you know, metal and fire, as opposed to just hitting the ground. So when you look at it like that, suddenly, hear me out, maybe the 30,000 foot drop is better than me flying. I don't have enemies set to spawn in here at the moment. There's no point. I'll have to go back through and add everything to data layers later so that you don't notice the room loading. But I'm going to make a lot of changes to these rooms, and it's annoying to remove from data layers once you make the changes, so I don't know if I want to do that. I made that mistake once. It was terrible. This would be like the worst way to go. I don't know why I'm even going this way other than just to test it. Oh, you make that. I guess in theory, there's the unsafe way is available whenever you want it, so you don't have to go long. They'll probably hide something out there, so you have to go out there, or just some sort of anything. I don't know. I'm still making ideas for the first chapter work, let alone the second chapter. Though I have a lot of concepts set up for the second chapter. If you have immunity to water. Oh, I keep tapping that like I'm in a dash. Because I've literally play tested hundreds of hours with the shift button being the dash. The room seemed like they're loading okay. It was just that one that was having problems. Swim it up, 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 up. This pipe is in the way. What's up with that? What do? It does. You can very much play entirely on a controller. Of course, I just added the ability, so I'll have to do a couple changes to make the controller updated to the changes I just made this week, but yeah. Are you kidding? You can't release a Metroidvania without controller support. They'll crucify you. There's no world where you want to do that. That's crazy. I'm pretty certain death threats would appear against my family at that point. What in the world is loading in? Because I thought I was hitting this. But then I kind of didn't? Did I? Hmm. What was I hitting? This was farther down here, but I'm pretty certain I swam all the way up there. And yeah, I'm pretty certain I swam all the way through that. Yeah. Got all the way up here and hit something. Alright, we'll load everything in and we'll figure it out. I've yet to actually beat the entire thing I have with the controller. Probably because I've only ever played through everything I had in one shot one time. It took like 5 hours. It took a while. I've added a bunch of things to make it take even longer since then. This probably takes way longer than that. The second chapter is just super maze-like. It's only maze-like because you're just kind of allowed to go all these places. Like, it opens up a lot. So that's not really a maze, I guess, so much as you just have so many options. And you might go away and not have the right abilities to get beyond a certain point. And, you know, like a Metroidvania should be. So, yeah, you know. Okay, I'm a little confused what you're hitting on this then. Oh, I'm hitting this. Okay, why are you both up there? I have questions. Actually, I just wonder why are you both up there is really the only question I have. I think it's a reasonable question, to be fair. These are part of the engine room pool, which is in the chapter 4 area. So when I loaded all the chapter 4 stuff that I currently have, these showed up. Because the only time you can really see them is when you're in here. All this other stuff here is set to load in multiple ones. There should be a water in both of these, and yet... I mean, I could make this go straight down. As if this pool was the right... Are you the same height here? Can I just drag this straight down? I think I just can. I only need one pool here. So if that's the case, I should make my life easier, make this look better by simply deleting this one and just adding the other, I guess. Is this wall the same too while we're at it? Seems like I made it like that. That's good. I think initially it wasn't the case, so I had two different pool thingies, and I don't want that. I would like one pool. Where's the water in here? You? Yeah. See, yeah. And this way I can keep the illusion a little better. One of the things that really does suck when dealing with this is not like real water. It doesn't just fill in empty spaces or whatever you want it to do. That is not what happens. That is not what happens at all. It most certainly just sticks through something like a solid surface. Like it doesn't care. I would love to have, you know, one of the things like fluid flux that can kind of do that, but then I also realized the requirements on it are probably really high as far as processing goes. You can't just have real-time reactive water and not pay for it somewhere, right? Or maybe you can. Maybe you can just live in the perfect world where you don't have to do that. I don't think that's how it works, but sure. Why not? Alright, so this pool's here and here. Oh. Wait, did I grab the wrong water? Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind, locked is on. Dumb. I was like, I thought I grabbed the one from above or something. I was like, what happened? I'm so confused. Nope. Basically, I want the water to appear, I guess, right about at the grate level. It's a little lower. You can already see under this, I can just move it down. The very real world where you get to see under the water. Like the water is just floating up in the air. And you just go, that's a thing. And you just move on with your life. Like, cool, thanks. Okay, thanks for that. I guess it... Okay, there is a problem here and there. Well, there doesn't have to be a problem here. It's just too tall. Disaster can easily be averted. Just make it less tall. D. That's actually basically what I want. Cool. Let's see if I can successfully make it to the pirate graveyard. You're supposed to use this in order to get to the boss of the second area. Well, the second boss of the second area. Actually, no, it's technically the third boss. Because you basically count Charlotte as a boss who you don't actually kill, you just have to try to not die. Bonk. I guess boom. Sadly, they don't float. Okay, this isn't low enough. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Making them float the little pieces. That might be a bridge too far for little old me. I almost need to have a check to see if she's submerged a certain amount to slow things down, because right now she's... Or I just need to have water in the pipes the whole way, so this way it just looks like there's always water in the pipes. But the problem is there's 2 sets of water. So with 2 sets of water, it's... Yeah, I guess I'll have to check an overlap for that, because now this is entirely full of water and that's not, so you can see, because that's from the pool out there. And then these things here, trying to have a water inside these is really hard, because it moves back and forth and everything. I guess I need a water that doesn't move back and forth. I don't know. Or a way to be certain the pipes have been emptied. Oh, that's right. In order to pull this off, you have to get up along the wall here and then jump. In theory, it shouldn't be that hard. You have double jump, so just straight up. Or maybe I made it way harder than it's supposed to be. It shouldn't be this hard. It would help if I wasn't bad at my own game. Yeah, see, I gotta figure out a way to make the water work through that. I could lower the water in here, I guess, too. I liked having the pipe, jumping up the pipes and everything, and making it more interesting to get to places, but... Oh yeah, there's a secret door too close by. Yeah. Nope. Once again, I keep thinking flying is over. Or I keep thinking dash is there. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with all this. I'm just going to add a pipe thing underneath that piano that's above here. I don't have a thing there for the boss to spawn. You have to put a nav mesh down or the boss won't spawn. Well, actually, that's not true. The boss would spawn. One of the things I'm doing, though, is now that I have the ability to have everything on the same map because of the data layers, I can have more crossover between the floors. So I was going to put holes in this floor so you could go down into the pipes below here, which is actually where this room is. Of course, that poses a bit of a problem with these skeletons. You might be able to move this farther back so they're not in the pipe. I guess I could hang them off the pipe. It's a little weird. I kind of wanted to be higher up so you could see them. But I guess they can be there as long as the pipe things don't stick through. Obviously these pipes don't fit very well. Oh, I think I need to get them all to work off this one. I have to redo this wall so I can have a hole in it, but that's not what I'm working on right now. Soon. Yeah, being able to break the things like that and then wander through pipes will be interesting. Though I'm probably going to have a much stronger type of rate there, so you need some sort of other ability to break it. Or even just like a tower door. Maybe the tower door. They're going to replace all my moon doors with towers instead. Because the moon's got enough abilities as is and doesn't need more abilities. Plus, targeting something just so you can like shut off a door thing doesn't seem as cool as throwing an explosive at the door and it going boom. Hear me out. One of these sounds a lot cooler than the other, right? Kind of why I want to make the little Empress thing not like a wand that you just kind of point at something and it grows, but instead like a little another explosive you just lob that just makes a little like magical puff instead, and it makes them grow. It's just more fun. I know the other one's way more efficient, sure, but it's just not as fun. It's just I don't know why you would ever want to opt to not blow things up. People, it's very rare a gamer says, please stop letting me destroy things. Like maybe if they have a problem where they like build cities in some game and they keep breaking them because they can't help themselves, maybe then they can, you know, go to meetings or something and discuss their issues. But otherwise, I don't think anybody's gonna be upset about it. And if they are, you know, this is the wrong game for them. I like blowing things up. I know you're supposed to listen to, you know, what the customers want, but sometimes you have to pick and choose your customers. I choose the ones that like to blow things up. Yes. I'm not sure where this is going to go yet. Some of these things I'm just building with the intention of adding more things in later where I want them to go. I don't think I really want to come back out this way. I have to be wary of progression, right? Like I can't give you a way that bypasses things you shouldn't be able to bypass. So, and every time I go through a wall, I have to remake that wall if the wall is currently, you know, already been made, like if it's not a brush. And most of the time I don't leave brushes in the world because you can't data layer a brush, so they're always around. They're incredibly heavy. These things are probably robbing the game of 20 FPS all by themselves. Especially these cylinders that have like 60 sides, they seem round. But I also don't know what I'm gonna do with these. These are like holes in the ground here, and I need to decide exactly how many holes I want in the ground or suffer remaking it. I guess there's a middle ground there. I could copy paste it all from this map onto my construction map and save it for later, so if I make any changes, I don't have to redo literal everything. And it's not a bad idea. Most of these are just like 2 floors where I've just crammed things through here. But this is its own separate little thing. I could actually merge 3 of them right now because I literally put a big hole in this other floor. Because I wasn't certain all the things I was going to do here. But yeah, the third and... Actually, the first and second floors are currently full of holes. Soon to be a lot more because I'm running all these things from this power station down here that I'm going to be building. up throughout the city. I'll say throughout the building. But not sure I'm going to build it quite yet. And I'll probably have some kind of electrical barriers or something here. That's kind of weird though, because electrical barriers in water, you can just jump in the water and get shocked. So, and I can't, because this pool is connected to the other, I can't really have I can't electrify one pool and not the other. And seeing as how it's supposed to be a place for, like, you know, like a little amusement park inside of a building, essentially. So this would be a giant pool kids could swim around in. I really can't do that. That would be weird. Be very dangerous. I mean, there's already grates blocking this way down to, like, you know, this water for that's used to cool the engine thingy. So down here it would be actually probably be warm. But there's a lot of feet between this and that. So, you know, it would just probably heat the bottom of the pool up here. After all, the steam's actually getting released up through the building, right? Because it's a steampunk game, so steam powered. But I think I go a little more Tesla punk so I can have more unexplained technology where you're just like, what in the world? That doesn't make any sense. I'm like, I know. That's how all the Tesla stuff works. You get to have all the weird, you know, Tesla coils and everything. Because apparently Nikola Tesla discovered every conceivable weird technology ever, according to the conspiracy theories. And then decided not to share it. She's like, nope, you all suck. I'm like, fair, man. I just loaded everything. I gotta update my trailer to have new stuff in it. There's a bunch of new abilities have been added. And rooms have been updated. So the trailer's not even accurate anymore because the rooms have got better. I mean, every ability in the trailer is still in there. Everything in, except for one room got changed to a different room. So that room now looks drastically different. Every other room in there just got improvements. But it's a pre-alpha trailer anyway. So I guess I could write that on there. Anyway, this works. I was trying to solve the mystery of this, why this particle does not want to work. And it has nothing to do with my coding, which the coding is perfectly fine because I tested with a different particle. Everything to do with just, I don't know, something weird with that particle. Because when there was something that was weird about these particles previously. That nice slow load there, buddy. I do have a lot of data layers opened up right now. 3,000 actors loaded? Jesus. Is there really that many actors in Chapter 2? Holy crap. That's nuts. Ah, 2,300 actors. That'll be the next thing I do, is go through and check all these things to make certain stuff. Oh, never mind. These are also loaded too. Yeah, it was 658 total actors that can't be put in those. A lot of them though are like either the building or like these room info thingies that, you know, there's 176 room infos, and I guess the kill plane parent thingies are not really room info. Yeah, the trigger boxes, yeah. Like I can't each load all these. There's the room infos are. No, those are trigger boxes. Those aren't it either. I guess the room infos are all separate here. Whatever. Player starts, room infos. It's like 109 room info, so And all these are is just a box that's, you know, checking if a player goes over them, so they're not even like a really heavy thing. I stopped using a lot of instance foliage. I don't like it. Like that would be this stuff here, because you can H-load it, but you can't data layer it. Same thing with landscapes. I took out the landscape I was using in one of the rooms. Replaced it with static meshes. Sure, the landscape looked a little bit better, kinda. Even didn't look that much better. But having to have it loaded when you're in the other 80 some odd rooms in the game and not that one room is stupid. What a terrible system. The building also needs to be changed out a bit, I imagine. These are all just all over the place. There's 357 of these things that, you know, like walls and things like that. So I might merge a bunch of that together, so at least it's less draw calls. Because after all, you know, if all these things are using exactly one material and it just draws them all with one shot, that's way better than it having to call for every single actor. Because it's still only one material for the whole thing. So that's like super improved performance. But I'm not going to do that kind of thing until I stop moving things around. That's the important thing. Once I stop moving things around, all these are going to get merged together and my FPS is going to get real good. Yeah. Anyway. I believe I was futzing with this. I got sidetracked and fixed a bug. It's about being a stupid bug where I just, you know, put the trigger for the data layer inside of the data layer. It's easy to do. I mean, after all, you're just clicking everything in a room data to a data layer and you accidentally have that click too. It does happen. I still have no idea what's wrong with that particle, though. Remember there was something dumb about it that made it work. Because I'm using two of those exact same particles from that thing. But I don't think these ones work either. I'll double check. Because this pre-store works fine. This darkness thingy. And it works fine if it's activated to start with. I am swapping the model that's currently there. I thought about swapping outfits, but I'd have to swap every material or in anyway. Like, there's not even like a size difference at that point. It's just literally, there's no gain. I don't attach the hair because hair tends to have the highest poly count, but beyond that, let's go sit in the light while I do this. Nope. Yeah, I don't know what's making that visible or not. I guess I just use a different aura then, because that one's not working either. But it should be activated. It literally was saying it's triggering this code over and over and over and over and over. And yet it's not. But if I swap it to any of the other, not these ones, it works great. Let's go to a different thingy and look. There's a stylized galaxy shader. I wonder if that's interesting. Oh, those are just materials. I don't want that. I got all these VFX here to go through. What's unfortunate is this seems like it'd be the absolute perfect thing for it. And every other thing works fine. This isn't even a good way to code it. This is just because I got annoyed how it was being coded previously because it wasn't working. So I opted for the most brute force option I could think of that wasn't just strap it to event tick. I mean, it's not like so bad, but it's definitely not a good way of doing it. See, I don't really want one of these on the ground because she'll jump. And jumping means it won't help. Be weird. Magical hats. Yay. Yeah, they're just flat. They make this weird assumption that characters are going to be standing on the ground, which is probably not that weird of an assumption, but sure is in my game. I just want something kind of wispy that follows her around. That's it. That's all I'm looking for. It can't be too loud. It needs to just be just enough. I could put smoke on her. That is not like the worst decision I can do. And maybe that's what I use. The memory serves, I tried this one once and it was heavy. Well, not heavy, but it was difficult to see her. And that's less good. Oh, still say 159 wish list. Sad times. Want to get to the 160 second, but like 160 wish list. Yay! Oh, you know what would really help? If I aimed it up. That's probably too much. I really want it to be a lot less than that. Oops, no. So you're getting pretty heavy, as far as characters go. This doesn't really stick very well. See, what I should do is go test it in a room where I actually need it. Right now I just want something that gets the job done, and I'll come up with something better along the way, since this mechanic just got added in. It solves a lot of problems. I guess, to be fair, it existed before in the Game Jam version of this, way back in RPG Maker days. But I want the little cursed form to be not what I have now. I just made something real fast. It's fine, but fine isn't exactly good enough. Yeah, I think it just kind of blocks her to the point where it's annoying. Because as soon as you stop, it's hard to see her again. But I made that pretty easy. That's good to know. One of the things I'm trying to decide on is how fast she's going to regen Sandy, because she burns it through really fast with this, so. I like the little cross on her back better than this, though. This is obviously for more features than just that, but it's actually pretty easy to do with that, though. Before it was really hard. She just had a giant particle to replace her. And she basically just used this particle, but the whole time. And it was really difficult to figure out where her feet were going to land. Oh, you landed up, huh? Fair enough. Because you just get that, and it's like, well, where does it start? Where does it end? I don't even know. Oh, God. Terrible. I don't want two musics at once. It's annoying. I don't know what's actually got the move thingy going. I need to clean that out too. Oh yeah, I was testing the new control scheme. She's not throwing it though. There you go. Threw it that time. Now you hold it to throw it. I didn't ever adjust the damage on these though to account for the levels. I need to do that too. Little weird on how that's set up. Not the most ideal. I also need to give out a regen or something like that because I took away the heal on these things, so. That didn't do any damage. Why? What did I break with you? I have questions. Yeah, it's not doing any damage. You were totally working before, and now you're not. It's like they're not adjusting for damage for levels anymore. I wonder what I broke. Yeah, well, when you have a new system, man, you gotta break all this crap, and one thing leads to another, and blah, blah, blah. Is what it is. So I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I drink a whole lot of tea before the stream, and up that, and then I'll figure out all the crap I broke. Some of these tracks are terrible. They're all just music that I have that I can, not from Humble Bundles, I can use in my games, but some of them aren't very good. Did I miss any messages? Nope. Fair enough. Alright, I need to start making a to-do list here of broken crap. I'll put on my scratch board here. I'm not sure I'm even keeping this. It can stay for now, but the problem with anything that creates platforms is I gotta make it where you can't just basically go infinite with it. And I'm not sure I want that to even exist, so let's just remove that for now. Actually, is it all of them? That's a good question. I don't even know what I could have broke on that because I wasn't even doing it. All I did was make it so she couldn't use a bunch of extra abilities. I just took them out of the game because they were overpowered, and there was just far too many abilities that were just kind of all over the place. Like, it sounds cool on paper, but it really just wasn't a use for most of the abilities. They were just like either outlandish or just so narrow. Well, this scale's just fine. Is it that they don't scale, or is it they just scale badly? Oh, this scales terribly. 78? It's actually just doing my level times 1. That's terrible. Okay. Didn't do anything. It does suck that I programmed all these abilities, but they aren't necessary anymore. What can you do, though, you know? It is possible I could keep these. I don't know. I pretty much made the executive decision to reduce all the healing in the game because it was too much healing. To the point where you basically could go infinite all over the place. But I did give the player the ability to go invulnerable at the price of their sanity. So that's fair, right? Wow. Immune to damage. You could still die by falling in the water or insta-killed by the ghost girl. But aside from that, that seemed pretty reasonable to me. But I really want to keep the pressure on the player, and having essentially limitless sources of healing does not do that. Oh, I was like, wait, one of these is really off here. You just have no damage listed. Oh. That explains why you suck. Balancing this is going to be quite the challenge too, I'm sure. I potentially had 4 abilities for this thing, and I just cut it down to 1, maybe 2. I might keep the super fool ability where it grows giant size because it's comedic, but I don't know. You'd use it. It wasn't as satisfying as I expected it to be. I think that was the worst part about it. That's a 25-5. This thing has to, like, you have to land it by them and then it explodes, but it bases it on a number. What if I just do like 10-2? Because potentially that can be like 60. Give a little variance, I guess. Since that one is its damage times 1 to 6 times the character level. So if you roll a 6 on that thing and your level is like 50, you just completely demolish the target. Which means HP in this game is going to have to be really high, since it's multiplying by your level. It's possible I could scale them differently later, balance them a little differently, or I can just give the people disgusting amounts of health and say screw it. I think I gave one of the later bosses like, I gave her like 70 or 80,000 health, and you just chew through that like it was nothing. I was like, Jesus, this scales incredibly. Holy crap. This doesn't seem right. This number seems wrong. Like I forgot to include the stuff on this projectile to make it do what it needs to. Actually, let's do one at a time. Let's make certain I fix this other one first, and then I'll worry about the next one. It's really interesting. I could have sworn I'd already done this for those, but... And I didn't even remove the abilities from the game. I simply... made them not usable. I couldn't activate them. They're still there. I mean, I might make an enemy use them for all I know. Huh. Lots of broken stuff. I need... not that one. You. No, not you. What in the world is the print string on this? I thought you were the one doing it. Not on that. No, actually. That could have told me which enemies were spawning in that room, so I could easily figure out which one has the problem or the whole thing. I've left that stupid little bug there for I don't even know how long at this point. It's kind of awkward. It's been there a minute for certain. Alright, check the pipe cleaner. I don't think pipe contraptions even move at all, but sure. One of you has a print string somewhere. The print string should be telling it to do things, which... Maybe you're probably pretty broken. Huh. Really? It's not these then? Maybe it's the, was it a destroyable pie? I don't see how that would have it, but, you know, whatever. Open full blueprint under. Just so I can try to find. Nope. I mean, there's still technically an NPC. I don't think that she moves around, but perhaps she does. In which case, I should fix that. Oh, there is print strings on her. Well, they're annoying. Please make them go away. Need to hurry up and stop adding things to the game or changing major systems so I can stop having to do like damage control every time I go back through and fix all these things. It's like, oh, broke this, broke this, broke this, broke this, and this, and this, and this. Alright. When Poppet spawns... I need you open it. Yeah, just Poppet. When Poppet spawns a projectile, what happens? Wheel of Fortune graph. Use this when make an attack. Is this a spell attack? That's a good question. Cast spell? Sure. If true, is a spell attack. Neat. So it's just weapon owner should go on here. But it's spawning a projectile. Projectile spawn transform, sure. Spawn projectile, sure. Weapon owner. The owner is of course Poppet, sure. This is how we break literally everything. Their weapon owner? Is that on the parent? Weapon owner? Weapon owner graph. Do you just need a tarot name? Is that what's happening here? I think I added a new system in and just didn't finish. Happens. Yeah, so I just need to write the name in there, I think is what it is. I guess the tarot card doesn't do it anymore. double check temperance as well. I gotta stop adding a new crap. That was another problem, is every time I make new abilities I have to expand old systems to try to make certain them work for the new abilities too, which often cause bugs in the remaining abilities. Like right now I'm replacing the giving the items the ability to hold down the button in order to get a bonus effect. Too many abilities otherwise. Just having to cycle through what the original like 66 potential abilities was just stupid. Never get it done. So much. Gotta rechange all these. Used to I was gonna have levels all the way down for so many things. It was just, the game was gonna be way too big for, well, the ability set was gonna be too big for the size of the game. I check Wheel of Fortune. Did you not take any damage anyway? What is happening here? Why are you doing 0 damage? Guess we're gonna... go down the list and figure out where the problem is, huh? Something's very weird here. Weapon owners figured out on there, and that's what would adjust the damage. Well, it should do 10 if there was no other changes anywhere, so. Just to check the obvious, those things have a tag enemy, right?
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? I'm discovering I've broken a bunch of things. Sure. Only kinda good. Not actually good? That's weird. I'm doing okay. Just the usual, you know, health is questionable, but beyond that, can't really complain, the usual. You miss game dev? Oh man, how do you ever even give it up? How can you give up game dev? It's an endless task that maybe gets done some year, but probably not. Oh, wait, that sucks. Nah. I find it to be reasonably fun. So what are you doing, you know, instead? Like, I guess you got that new job, so I suppose there's that. Seems rough. I thought you mentioned that new job a while ago. It hasn't started yet? It's crazy. And play the PlayStation version of the game? It's fair. You should sit there and tell people on X about it. Tell everyone. And just keep telling them until they submit. Oh, is Wheel of Fortune with the lowercase? Did I screw that up? Is that why I messed up? I might have. I usually uppercase everything, so I don't think about it, but I most certainly lowercase it there. Oops. This music's just like going weirdly hard for what it is. When games stop stressing about the new job. But you haven't even started the new job yet. Why is it stressful? I don't get it. And what sort of games am I get? I love my dev menu has one picture on it. Oh, hey Falanagra. 1494, how's it going? Overthinking the responsibilities. Oh. It's awkward. Sometimes it sends 0 over. What happened to this thing? It was working perfectly, and then it just does not work anymore. I had the name wrong. You should just become a pro streamer, then you don't have to worry about responsibilities at all. Hear me out on this one, it works out. Don't question it. Now, with the next week, I want all the abilities done in this game. I'm not gonna spend forever on these things. I'm trimming them down. The amount of effort to keep expanding all these systems for super unique abilities that aren't even useful is high. Also, I should have been done with the abilities ages ago. Why are we done with them? We keep adding them though. Too true. I don't want that. Yeah, yes it can. I put the little cursed mode back in, and that's going to change things a huge amount. Lower healing, so you can't just, you know, camp lights and always magically have full health. Also means the enemies don't have to be as like frequent because I can have chip damage, but one little thing, like, you know, like I put a lot of abilities now as passives essentially, and then gave her like, you know, this cursed form or like a ghost form, whatever I want to call it, I don't know. That activates those abilities, so you get things that improve that. And it's like, now I can use a bunch of abilities at the same time. I made flying have its own separate passive instead of needing to be equipped. And now you can fly and wield weapons, which is better than giving it a unique attack when using the chariot, I think, which was kind of weird. But yeah, it's just, I really think that you should have all of your all the abilities in your game figured out before you make more than, like, you know, a prototype area to run around in. Like you should just have all the abilities figured out relatively. Like, you know, I've made a bunch of abilities on the way that I never thought about, but it definitely seems like I should have had a better plan on how many abilities and what the abilities were. I guess it was only like maybe a couple months ago that I wrote down all the abilities I thought I was going to have, and then I ended up proceeding to cut the list down and down and down because some of the abilities were just stupid. Like I just wrote down any idea I had. Alright, so this comes up as 0 on everything here. I mean, it looks like it's sending that information over. It gets over to, I can see it goes, spawns it, and then I'm not sure where the red poppet comes from. We'll find out. Projectile parents. Weapon owner. Yeah, so the owner seems correct because it's Poppet. Sure. And it gets her level, so that's true. Pop true happens. Wheel of Fortune, and then right here is where it screws up. Projectile ability number. Oh, well. Never mind. Don't change that one. That's dumb. Change this one. Was that the dumb thing I forgot to do? I might be a goofball. Haven't got a lot of people play testing the game yet. From those have a good idea where to go. That's fair. I mean, if you're gonna you post in my Discord, but if you're gonna post anywhere, you should probably post it on what you're working on, because self-promotion is basically like this cesspool of crap that's just people advertising. So nobody really looks at that because it's just like a couple people just doing that over and over. So what you're working on is like way better choice, I think, than self-promotion. Because like the last time there was like, you know, in November, whereas self-promotion, it's like every day a couple people just, you know, posting things, you know, so your stuff gets buried. So you probably get better results that way. But yeah, at least you got some idea from it. Also, did you put a page up on itch.io with the test too? So you can, actually, I think it, never mind, I think you linked me a page on itch.io. Never mind. Yeah, I need to hurry up to get to playtesting my game. I keep thinking I need to make it perfect for a playtest, for like private playtest, but that's not true at all. It's possible I'm making changes that are terrible. Obviously, making the projectiles actually do damage is not a terrible change, but I think the game's going to calm down a lot because I'll have it where, you know, yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, look at that damage. That's some manly damage there. Yeah. Well, my level, rolling a 1 still does a crap ton of damage. Alright, so that fixed that. It's actually just I didn't realize I changed the system in a way. I need to make better notes. It's only doing 78. That doesn't seem right. That's just 1 times my level. Oh, I forgot to record the information, see what was breaking. Some of these things have been changed along the way too, to be to update to newer systems, and I haven't removed a lot of the extra crap that wasn't really seeing use anymore. But you know, whatever. Yeah, it should be 15 in that. So in the worst world, you know, we shouldn't be doing, you know, 1 there. Like, you know, in the worst world, it should do 780 at my level to a target. It's not supposed to be a heavily damaging ability. So. I need to see what the text was on the screen. I should have screenshot it. I wasn't paying attention to it. That's why I put all that information there, so I can find out what's going wrong. There's obviously more to it than just that. Purple's coming up at 0, huh? Pop false. Wait, what? Isn't pop false? Okay, so I'm pretty certain I can remove the little thing from Poppet's code. I don't care about this. This is unnecessary. Wait. Oops. So it's just spawn projectile. There's a temperature, and then they should be tagging the level on there, but oh, it's not even hitting this point. This should be white. Had to install Discord from the work computer. I send back to Peter. I'll be leaving. Oh. So. You still got your phone though, right? You may yet survive. Maybe. I don't know. You might be done for. Having to survive using a phone for Discord is probably a fate worse than death. Oh, wait. Oh, melee spell's different. Aha. You may yet survive then. I don't know though. That's a lot. Not sure you're gonna make it, unfortunately. I forgot how complicated this one was because it uses two different things. Not a work phone? Yes. Yeah, I don't know about the work phone. Them always knowing what you're doing, keeping track of everything? Nah. I actually just watched that Housemaid movie, and the lady gave her a phone that was, you know, for the job, but it also tracked everything she did. Yeah, all the melee spells ones do exactly 1 damage, so it's not handing the right damage amount over. It's 1 damage per level is what it's doing. Well, the terror ability is being set here. Like, terror ability is 1 ability to use right here, and terror ability should be ability to use, right? Sure. Oh. Basically, some, you know, lady and her husband decide to hire a housemaid to take care of all their crap, and the housemaid quickly discovers that stuff there is not necessarily going well. You know, the wife comes off as pretty crazy. A bit of animosity between them kind of erupts, and, you know, yeah. Don't really want to spoil the thing, but it's pretty much, you know, housemaid discovers that the wife might not like her, and the wife might be crazy. Could have just wrote duh on the script though. Saw a friend make a joke about it, saying he downloaded the wrong movie. Oh, well. In his defense, there are probably a lot of movies, you know, involving housemaids, or maybe even called Housemaid, that probably had a very different connotation than I mean, Sydney Sweeney's in it, and you know, she definitely has there's a nude scene in there, so you know, you get like 1. So I think it was fine. Like, I wouldn't call it a good movie, but it wasn't like a terrible movie either. I think the resolution was rushed, would be the best way to put it. The whole setup for the ending was a little too rushed. But I mean, it wasn't poorly acted or anything like that. There wasn't like a lot of glaring problems with it or anything like that. It's just, this is fine. In this day and age of so much garbage being pumped out by Amazon and like Netflix and, you know, Disney and things, it's almost good by comparison to that. We're gonna grade it by those standards. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, as far as housemaid movies to download, there might be better. Considering what your friend's probably looking for, there's probably better for him. Almost certainly. I mean, there's nothing weird about that. I guess I need to go and add this information onto here to make certain it's actually doing things. But let's say we'll just skip past that and go directly to the weapon. Because weapon owner might not be set up for these. That's fair. I mean, I think it could be an okay couples movie, and the fact that, you know, it's literally dealing with well, toxic relationship type stuff. So usually women are pretty into that thing. I think the drama would probably suit her well, and it's got enough thriller things in it probably for, you know, I imagine you. So, you know, between the two of it, it's probably reasonable. I'd say watch the trailer for it, or have her watch the trailer and see if she likes it, because the trailer explains it pretty well. I didn't open any of the weapons. You know, I didn't see this to find the weapon. This one thing has to do all the weapons in the game, so it's a little rough. Yeah, so this just applies weapon owner to the thing too. And it would apply it to the projectile in theory. Now, once it's swinging, it just does this. It obviously swings. It obviously fires the weapon. So the reality is it's just not pushing the information it needs. We'll make the weapon ones this, 'cause I don't think I've used this color in any place yet, or maybe I haven't, I don't remember. I have to wonder if owner levels picked up anywhere. That should be fine. I'm not pulling numbers anywhere else. Oh, actually, no, I think I might have an idea here. The projectile temperance are actually projectile parent here, and it's not finding Poppet as the weapon owner. So it's applying the damage differently. It's like her level plus, so why are we not getting the right gameplay tags? Are we not handing the correct... Oh. Oh, I see. I have to grant, because there's an extra layer of owners here, because it's the weapon itself that is the owner of the thing instead of Poppet. Because this is for all of them. So in reality, this weapon needs to basically be counted as a poppet to do that, or have another tag so that I don't confuse the poppet. I think I have another tag. I don't want to confuse poppet. Because that could be a problem. Sure. Was they owned by Poppet? Oh, I should probably give it that tag too. Sure. And then on the projectile things here, projectile parent. The old OR boolean. So this way it can be either tag. One of the things I hate is that you can, like, you know, has tags, right? Like has any tags, but then they make you to make a whole other container for it instead of just letting me pick a couple off of a list, which would be like 1,000 times more useful because I don't want a whole other container variable all over the place. I mean, I guess if you're using like 1,000,000 of them or something, but it's usually like 2 or 3 and that's it. So I don't know why they don't give me the option on that. It's really annoying. I wish they would. That should be enough to fix temperance. And also I can fix the devil and those ones at the same time. Let me open up the devil. There's definitely really poor design decisions hidden in Unreal Engine. You'd be surprised how many really bad design decisions are in it. I mean, I love the engine, I do, but there's some real bad design decisions. Do any of these other ones actually do that? A lot of them spawn a projectile. They don't swing and do the thing. I might change that later, but it's only a handful that even do it. I had so many abilities going on. I just had so many unique things, and now I got to deal with the extra heavy code that didn't need to exist. My advice to people is try to make a lot of your abilities activate in similar ways, so you don't have to code all the extra crap. You'll be a lot happier, trust me. Still doing 78, huh? Pop false. Hmm. Yeah. Just some things are baffling. It's like, this is such a complicated way to do something that would have been way easier, and they just don't do that. So then their new way is so much more complicated and takes so long that people don't use it, and they just do the other way. It happens a lot. A lot of their stuff is so overly complicated, people just don't use it. I wish they would streamline some of their stuff they already have. Still not counting as pop, huh? Yeah. Man, I would kill for, like, you know, them to just spend the rest of Unreal 5, you know, his dev cycle, just fixing all the things they've added to make them actually work. Almost nothing they've added in Unreal 5 actually works. I mean, it's often so poor performance that you can't even use it. I don't get it. Like, there's so few features from 5 that I'm even using because they're just turned out to be really bad. There have been a couple that have been good, but that doesn't look as good on the news things when they just say we fixed all the crap that was broken. It'll look good to the actual devs, but to the rest of the, like, shareholders, it won't look good at all because then it implies all their stuff was broken. So instead they just push out some new feature that's broken as well because it looks good for investors, and you're like, but nothing else works. Every once in a while something works. So, I mean, like I say, 5.71 is so broken that normally I try to, as soon as I get the plugins working, I just move to the next version, but I have to skip 5.71. It is so broken that I can't do it. Game won't even operate under that mess. I thought 5.4 was bad. Jesus. I didn't know how good we had it with 5.4 apparently. Holy crap. What a mess is going on here. I'm gonna clean this up a little. Kind of like this one. Most PC is working on a fork of the engine, not the recent one. Yeah. Most people don't update their engines. In fact, most of the reason I was doing it is just because there would be a new feature that I could actually use that would make a big difference. 5.6 I upgraded to because I thought the metahumans thingy would be cool. But then it turned out to be not very good. That is just a better customization thingy for the moment. Like, eventually metahumans, if they give it more sliders and things to adjust all the parts of the characters, will be better. But right now the sliders adjust things in awkward ways that just make the characters look bad. And you gotta adjust them yourself outside of the engine and like Blender and things so they don't look like monsters. You know... I don't even know what 5.7 adds of any real value. I can't name any feature. I'm like, oh man, I need this. It adds an AI that doesn't work. What a deal. Like, it produces code that doesn't work. They even know it produces code, they just adds it anyway. I'm like, cool. It adds voxel nanite. I don't have nanite enabled because nanite's, I mean, up until this point, been terrible. Reducing performance like crazy. But I haven't tried the voxel one yet. That's true. In 5.5, it's not if you want to go to the new versions. That's fair. I mean, I went to 5.5 because they upgraded the game animation sample and fixed some memory holes that were in it. That was really the main reason. Otherwise, I don't think 5.5 added that much. Wait, no, that was the Megalites version, wasn't it? Oh, that might have been the best version then. Never mind. Let's say Megalites was one of the few additions they've had that's actually good. It's very good. It helps make up for how bad Lumen is. About that. About that. So it's handing level information just fine. It's just the owner it's handing is whatever this name is. Let's find out what this name is. I mean, it should just say be the weapon itself. Like, they had yet another version of water that doesn't work as well. Based on Niagara, I was like, it sort of works, but it's so heavy that you would never willingly use it. Like, a tiny little stretch of water is like that enough to just lag your game to oblivion. You're just like, what the hell? Just a blank map of that and it's over. Pretty bad. I see the information there to see what would happen. I mean, it's just handing Temperance. Temperance is there. So up until this point, everything looks legit to me. Projectile, BP Temperance, share. Where is this game of phone tag messing up is the question. That's all this is figure out where the game of phone tag is messing up. Does this not have a get gameplay tags option? Maybe that's the problem. It's not BPI Interact, it's just get gameplay tags. Do you not have BPI Interact? I guess it's possible it doesn't. I suppose that's fair. Hey, Leposium, how's it going? Morning to you as well. It's 11:33 p.m. for me, so it's still very night for me, but I suppose the rest of the world is not where I'm at. Made some Niagara from the samples they gave, but I have much problems with it yet. It spawns it when I take an item. That's fair. I mean, the Niagara is fine. It's the water was so bad. Like, Niagara water is just, it's heavy. Like, it interacted just fine, but it was so heavy that I put it in my game. The game dropped like 40 FPS for putting there. It was like, I mean, I put it in exactly like one room, and I was like, no. No, I'm good. That is a lot. A lot of a lot of. Get gameplay tags. Oh, actually, I just have weapon gameplay tags. Undo promoted variable. Oh, not set. Get the tags. Give you a sec. Saw through the window. It's a snowstorm there. Oh, nice. I'm okay with snowstorms where I already have food at home and power. So once I have these two things, I don't need to go outside, so I don't care if it snows. I don't go outside as much as I used to anyway. You're playing game to have 100% for that. Like, if it wasn't for game dev, I'd probably be a healthier, happier person. But I do enjoy doing this, so I'm not sure I'd be happier, but I would definitely be healthier. It just wasn't handing the stuff via interface, so I just had to find that. And I used to have a million little interfaces. Now I don't have as many anymore. Like BPI interacts on almost like everything in the game at this point. Still did only 78. So Pop True is happening. Can't wait till I get real voice acting. But don't need real voice acting for testing unless I want it real bad. All right, so Pop True is there. Inference, but then we get to there and it's 0. I put the tarot in here, right? The name? Sure. So at least we're bypassing one of the bugs now. We're now at the where it actually knows it's the right one. Are we there? Yeah, yeah. So the owner is that, sure. Because I just named it Temperance. I should name it like Temperance Weapon or something to make my life easier. Yeah, it's beautiful snow everywhere, and it's white color. And wind sunshine. Nice! I mean, I haven't seen snow on the ground in real life in ages. I used to live in the mountains, so I'd see it like at least a couple times a year, but now that I live in the city, nah, man, no. I do miss the mountains, though. They were nicer. Like, I don't, other than like medical thingies, that's the only good thing the city has for me for the most part. Otherwise, definitely like nature better. So this happened, this happened. It's a miracle in the city, and help me with it. Are you in the city as well? No, well. That's always good. Makes the city look nice for a little bit. Might not last, but it looks nice for a bit. Tarot name is there, sure. That's just projectile parent, though. That reminds me, on the devil, did I, this just needs to say one. Does not explain temperance, though. It's already on. What am I doing? I would say I wish I was in some sort of snowy area right now, but I guess that's not really true. I used to like looking at it more than I do now, I think. I'm less enthused than I used to be. Like, it's fine, but eh. I think I can remove this. I already know they're gonna cast the spell. That's already a guaranteed. And this appears to send the information over just fine, in that it tells the owner level. It's gonna be a snow area, only a couple hours. Rest hours to endless inconvenience. Yeah, it looks pretty until you gotta go outside and you're like, oh man, really? Then I do not like snow one bit. It's like rain. Rain is great when I don't have to go out in it. Then I get rained on and I'm unhappy. I might be able to just cheat and use this. Whereas if I do this, it might hit the weapon. That's right, it might hit the weapon. I think it's not handing the right level over. The owner level is not correct. Well, it says it's handing 78, so that is correct because it's shown here. It's just these two are 0. And those are the damage amounts, which it's just not finding it. But then projectile ability number should be 1 on temperance, yeah. Are these just not written correctly? Are they like spelled wrong? Is that it? Hmm. It was definitely nice getting up in the morning and seeing all the, like, you know, sun and everything like that. And like all the snow and things. Of course I had all the trees everywhere, so it kind of blocked everything, but just nature was nice. Didn't realize how good I had it. And now that I do, damn. Just damn. Have fun going right now. Making a coffee and go and drink it outside. In a couple minutes, like a legend. It's fair. It's a warm cup of coffee out there surveying the land. Feeling like, you know, a normal person who actually goes outside, unlike, you know, some game devs who shall remain nameless. Imagine unironically going outside. That's weird. Who does that? I don't understand. I wonder if I'm just not even finding it. I have questions. Whatever. If I can go outside VR chat? Hell yes. Except for having neck issues, so I can't even wear a VR headset. I can't even go outside. I'm never allowed outside. I live in a box. Can't really have anything on my head that's like heavier than a set of like sunglasses at this point. It's not finding it. Oh. How are you not finding this? Didn't I copy paste the name? Maybe I didn't copy paste the name? I have questions. That didn't look like it changed to me. How are you not finding? I had it on the other one. Let me double check this. Let me see if I can find the right number. But are you not finding? Yeah, that's probably color. We'll use this. This ugly color. Perfect. Do you even find it? Both the Devil and Temperance are having this problem, so I'm assuming it must be a code issue somewhere. Handing the information from one thing to the next. Basically, it's just piggybacking from a structure on Poppet to the weapon and then to the projectile fired by the weapon. Only a couple weapons in the game even do this, so it's kind of awkward. I just want it to fire when she swings. Some might pick up the thing, but yeah, it's not finding it. Oh, I see. Let me just fix it this way. Wait, do you have player character already? No. Well, this is only for Poppet anyway. Because the weapon doesn't have the tarot cards. Those are on Poppet. The whole point was I wanted to have everything in one location so I could always just change it that way and not have to change it all over the place, right? Especially with so many abilities, the upkeep on that would have been insane. Even though I've been reducing it down to like, I mean, you're like, I think 26? No, 24 abilities at the moment. There might be others added in as time goes by, but once I cut out the abilities that one hadn't already programmed yet, and the ones that just clearly were not useful or over, they broke the game basically because they were too powerful. There you go. Those numbers are lousy though. That number's way too low. But at least it's changing the numbers. 105, yeah, it's just adding her level, so it's doing the wrong one. Oh, let's see. Sure. So ability number found, yeah, sure. True on both of these. Just checking over here. Devil weapon, sure. Yellow here represents the damage, and that is correct. I'm gonna rename that because I double tap to see and it bugs me. This just added one. Oh, Enjoy your time outside in the snow. Sounds wonderful. Well, until I have to be out in the snow. It sounds less wonderful once I'm out there, but it's not bad. I see weapon level is currently at 1, sure. That's the default. I see. Because for the enemies it adds them, since Poppet's health is, you know, maxes out at 999 and theirs, you know, maxes out at disgusting amounts. Right. It's that extra layer in there of references to the things was messing it up. Fine for one, not good for the other. There might be a couple more weapons that use this though. There we go. Look at that damage. That's the damage we were hoping for. I figure player like big number, right? And since player like big number, enemies have way more health, but they also can't heal, so... Wow, that's incorrect. Some can, but... There's a limitless supply of them. Disaster averted. Now to clean all this garbage up. Print string eventually solves all problems if you want it to. It might take a while, but print string eventually solves all problems. Shows me all the important information. It makes me realize one day AI will be much better at finding that than I am. But it'll be a long time before AI code is particularly useful. That is true too. It's good for like small projects. It's pretty bad for large projects because then it's hard to maintain your code. And you don't know what's going on in your own code. And then you end up real sad when you have to try to make it figure out what went wrong. And when the AI can finally do all that for you, the AI takes over the world and kills us all anyway. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Once the AI can program all its own stuff, I don't think it needs us anymore, buddy. Hear me out. I think we're in trouble. You can at least make friends with Grok now. Well, Grok will say Grok is your friend. So come the apocalypse, maybe Grok will stick up for you. Then you'll get a nicer cage. Or I guess a nicer pod, right? Because the Matrix. See if I got all the print strings. I've come to the conclusion I really like this bell in the background for any kind of music in the game. Like, I don't know if I like these tracks per se, but that bell always has that weird childlike feel to it every time. And well, you know, if I ever pay anyone to make specific tracks for me, I'm gonna probably wanna tell them, hey man, That bell, you should include it. Be like playfully messed up, childlike things, I guess. I don't know. Macabre child things or something. Maybe like macabre whimsy or something like that. I don't know. How to think about it. Whatever you would count Alice in Wonderland style music as would probably be accurate for what I would want. Only problem is everyone and their grandmother wants me to pay for their things, and I still don't have any budget, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, just saying, I don't really have any budget, or maybe if I did, it would probably help, but I don't. Oh, did I get a hello? Oh, that was a while ago. Guess it's back to fixing other crap, huh? I'm still not sure if I want the Hangman to be double jump. I really like the current setup I have for double jump, but the issue is I can't give both of them to the Chariot because there's now no restrictor for when you get the abilities. Like the Chariot just gives you the ability to fly. Having the multi-level system was kind of neat for it, but the issue was with that, far too many abilities for the size of the game to the point where you never use the abilities. It's stupid. There's already a button that disables and enables flight. Did that already. It already does do that. I fixed that. How do I scale the damage on these? Because this is true, this needs to be fixed. I don't think I'm going to have super modes for these. I think what I'm going to do is make it free to swing the melee weapons, right? Because all the other weapons that fire something, I usually have a cost to do so. But if it's just, you know, a melee weapon, you just summon it and then you can just swing it forever. I don't see why it would cost any extra to swing it. And this way, when you're trying to recharge, there's a reason to use the melee weapons. Because, you know, a lot of times you wouldn't want to use the melee weapons because, I mean, they're really good up close, but why did you want to get up close again? And that just means that, well, I mean, the super mode for the Fool Wizard got bigger. Technically already in the game if I wanted to keep it. You just hold the button to enable it and just range your cursor. Maybe. And death just instant kills things that are lower level than you that aren't immune to instant death. But it also, like, that was its super mode and then it health drained otherwise. But that doesn't even seem that interesting, to be 100% fair. So the super modes don't seem interesting at all. I mean, the Grow Bigger on the Fool was at least ish funny. It didn't turn out to be as funny as expected. I really thought it'd be, you know, more comedic, because like giant things are often comedic, but it's already so oversized anyway. It being more oversized didn't really, you know, ring true. It didn't do anything. Whereas if it was like a tiny like hammer in her hand normally and then it grew to this huge size, like to the size it is now, then it would be funnier, I think. So the expectation was already that it was giant, so it doesn't do much to follow the expectation a little farther, is I think what I'm saying. But that's fair. I mean, you know, not every idea I have is a winner. Yeah, I'm gonna remove these. I don't think I'm gonna keep that effect. It's possible they gain a super mode later, but whatever it is, I don't think it's gonna be those. Could switch the Empress to fire a projectile instead. Get rid of the crap ray trace system. I really want it to act like a weapon. Same thing with the tower. I kind of wanted 3 mortar style abilities, was what it was. Where are my thingies? I wanted these to be mortar styled. So the Empress is a mortar weapon. By mortar, I mean it lobs and then falls. So it's not really a mortar, I guess, but it's the same arc thing. And I wanted Wheel of Fortune's already got an arc to it, so it's kind of like another weapon like that. And probably the tower. It was like groups of 3 things. So it was like 3 weapons that were melee weapons, 3 weapons that acted like regular projectiles, 3 weapons that acted like mortar weapons, and then 3 weirdo weapons. And then the other 10 were things that buffed the like cursed form, ghost form, whatever I'm going to call it. Or just enabled things like immunity to water and stuff like that. Those numbers might shift around. I mean, there might be more that become weapons and things like that, but shifting between too many of them also became a pain. Because having 22, you know, unique things to have to constantly shuffle between in combat means you're basically opening the menu over and over and over and over. Or you can kind of tab through the things I have down there, but potentially you could have to hit the button 11 times to switch that way, which is terrible. The farther you get, the worse it becomes. It becomes a real chore. As much as I've tried to fix that problem, it's a real problem. Well, let's look into it. We'll switch the Empress to the projectile. That was gonna be a bigger pain. You probably just code it like Wheel of Fortune. Wonder why I had those there too. Recycle some animations because I don't have a great idea for them yet, so screw it. Well, let's make it like a small amount of damage, or maybe it could heal or something, I don't know. Editing things again. Welcome back. Yeah, I imagine it's not the warmest out there. That is fair. I'm actually going outside. That's so weird. Who does that? It's weird. I'm debating on the best way to change the Empress into a projectile that gets lobbed at something and still triggers its effect of growing and shrinking plants. Well, that'll be a dangerous weapon to use if you're standing on the plant itself. Oh, I didn't think about that. Am I okay with that being a thing? Where you're terrified to use it if you're sitting on top of it? Really go outside, felt strong desire, for no reason to be by myself. To the side of this way. It's granted. That's fair. Right, sometimes you just gotta go see the world out there and remind yourself it exists. After all, you know, as a game dev, you can't ignore things that you don't know exist. You have to remind yourself it exists so you can more effectively ignore the outside in the future. It's a very important thing to do. It's like refusing to use silverware but not owning silverware. At that point, you know, it's just because you don't own it and not by an actual statement that you didn't want to use it. So you have to buy the silverware and then you can not use it. Send a message. Yeah. I get it. So I was all set to make the Empress a projectile that you throw, but then I thought about when you were standing on the object, what would happen, and how awful that would be if you're trying to fight with it on top of something. It wouldn't come up a huge amount, but it'd be very dangerous. I could make it just a straight up regular projectile though. It could not have an AoE. But I kind of wanted it to lob like an explosive and do like a big old puff of like weird little like fairy dust looking stuff. Instead of just being what it currently is, where she just targets and gestures at it and it grows. I guess I could just toss this in here. That's for enemies though. We're already getting all the target tags like this, so... Oops. Manage gameplay tags. I guess we'll have an Empress plant. Not all plants are growing and shrinking and all that. That'd be chaos if that was how it worked. Would be funny though, but it'd be chaos. I don't know if I could design the levels to effectively do that though. If I really want to get technical, it seems like a lot of probably not happening. Um, oops. Keyboard hates me today. You need to charge it. It's like double typing keys and stuff. I probably should switch these so that instead of having things like this, I just have gameplay tags. Because here I got like I have to go and constantly edit this dumb thing. I wish I'd done gameplay tags with everything to start with. Some of the old stuff has to be changed a bit. This has tag on this one. Actually, I'll make another one here. Guess I could organize them a little better than this. Projectiles, Empress. While I'm at, let's have one for the tower as well. Tower. What's the code Poppet uses to interact with it? Hell if I remember. It's been a hot minute. To be fair, display use icon is not this one. The interact one's actually pretty heavy. Well, not that heavy. It's pretty hard to make code that's heavy enough to really collapse the engine unless you're truly trying. As far as it, requiring too many resources to run, you can make things that just, lead to dividing by zero kind of things all the time. That's not hard. I guess it's just under this one if memory serves. So many abilities. Yeah, interaction check. Already have it, huh? Oh. I guess I just gave it little interactable types where it can grow, so I don't even need the other things. Just do that. So if it has can grow, then do that. And Terror the Empress. Am I gonna make it a throwable projectile? Kind of like style. I think I programmed that in there. Whatever. For now, we'll do this. Chapters of the actor, sure. Probably gonna want the little mushroom from this, but I don't think I want my shells. The little Bomberman thing was kind of fun. But I guess the big question with the Empress is, why does the Empress hurt things? Because it's supposed to be like this weird healing thing or something like that. Why does it explode, I think is the real question. Like, I was wondering if that. I was like, wow, this is like... Planting the mushrooms is great. I like how they grow and all that, though it's not very effective if you're going to throw them in order to activate stuff, which I think is much cooler than my current setup. I'm going to keep the plant thing, like the set things down and cause them to, you know, set like a timer. Just going to move them around as other things and not put them on the Empress. Probably. I mean... We'll figure it out. I mean, technically I already have one that does something similar to what I was doing. That'd be you. Sadly, planting them on the ground and then having it grow things wouldn't be very effective. I also don't want to give out heals anymore. Like I want like things that regenerate you, like sort of, if you're like conditional regeneration at best. I'm debating on if I want things like the star to like regenerate you in the darkness, or if I want it to, like, you know, when you're in the darkness to have like little stars fall in places and you can grab them to heal yourself some, which I think might be more interesting anyway. Except for when you're on a ledge and then you hate yourself because they just fall off the ledge. Or in a tight space. Maybe they wouldn't fall. Maybe they just spawn around you. I'll think about it. For now, it just regens, but I think that would be a lot more stylistically cool. I actually just wanted to copy the projectile movement, which I could have just picked any one of the other ones to copy the same projectile movement. In reality, I probably don't even need to copy all this because I don't want to copy this one, so maybe I ditch this one. Are they? Fine, close it, whatever. Man, I'm sitting at 159 wish list. I'm so sad. I want that +1 so I can say, you know, 160. I'm putting this to see what it's gonna do. Every 5 feels like a milestone. It's quite the struggle, for certain, to get the wish list. This just takes forever. Does it? Maybe it does. I should recommend just, you know, I'd check my analytics and see if things work or not. I mean, likes don't hurt. How long do you take to delete this? I broke it. I've just been sticking with the reposting my trailer whenever. And if you see yesterday, I mean, I got like 2,000 views on that thing. I haven't done much today. Well, that's good. I'll have to keep liking them then. My secret is I posted 44 times yesterday by simply, you know, replying with my trailer to like 44 different posts. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's what I'm saying. Just do that. I'm having like 1,000 those days, 2,300 there, 2,500 there. Most I ever got was this one here. And yeah. Like I say, the impressions in the last 3 months, 82,000 and change. Even then, I still only have 159 wish lists, so I need a better trailer, evidently. You gonna delete this? Are we sitting here forever? Like, what are we talking here? I thought it wouldn't be to take this long. You frozen? Yeah, I just keep at it. I mean, I picked up 2 wish lists today, so it's not like I didn't get 0 wish lists. I mean, yep. That's the thing. There's not even a big hurry to release a game because you got to build so many wish lists anyway. That some people are saying that the actual conversion is like 10 to 15% on wish lists. I was like, oh my god, if it's 10 to 15%, I need so many wish lists to be successful. I mean, I estimate I need 10,000 wish lists to be successful. Like the bare minimum, 10,000. But I'm assuming once I have a demo, it'll be a lot easier to gain wish lists. Like right now, it's just well, that looks cool, but there's not a lot to go on. There's a Steam page and a trailer and all that. Well, this must be frozen. No, I was just being dumb. It took forever. Once I open Task Manager, it's like, okay, I'll do it. Yep. One wish list at a time. Just keep at it. Eventually, you know. Eventually get there. I spent a lot of time making promotion material, like the 2 months that I kind of took off of streaming. Realistically speaking, the streaming is probably worse for my game dev than just making clips was and posting it as shorts, right? Because between posting a clip on, you know, as a YouTube short on X and on like Imager, I'd hit like 5,000 views a day. I mean, the only real benefit to streaming is I get to talk to people. That's it. That's the big benefit. As far as promotion, it's terrible. Unless you're a big streamer, but I don't think you're going to become a big streamer of game dev unless your game is already successful, right? Like if your game sells like 1 million copies, people are going to show up and go, "You should do it," and they'll be super excited. Yeah, streaming's more fun. Yeah. But I think if I wanted to really get the game out there, it's much better to rely on little posts that can be shown all over the place and take advantage of shorts. You can ignore TikTok. I tried that and like they didn't get any views. It's weird. You have to do a public post on Imager. Like you post the actual like the gallery where everyone can see, because there's hidden posts and then there's post to gallery, and if you post the gallery, that's how you get views. Sometimes I did pretty well, other times not really. But I mean, wasn't that bad. It just takes well, time and effort, really. And I'd post little like clips, right? Because you don't, it's not really beneficial to post screenshots like at all. It just isn't. Screenshots really aren't eye-catching. We live in the day and age where people can crap out a screenshot with their AI garbage in like mere moments. It's like, cool, great. Whereas your clip of your game at least shows things going on. It's a little better. I'll public all for a minute after that hidden from my own account for the browser, and it shows how many public photos posts. Interesting. Let me check real fast. Where to hide those? Doesn't matter, I'll just grab one of these clips that already exists. It doesn't make a difference, I guess. Yeah, keep the audio. I post. Like when you finish it up, you click post to the gallery, right? And you click this. Also, you tag your stuff too. If you want to tag it with like 5 tags, you're only allowed 5 tags. Like I don't want to share this thing there, but let me find the other Empress thingy. I guess I closed all the others. Fair enough. Interesting. Could always ask him why. Actually, I think I want the little healing one, don't I? The little blue mushroom. Looks a little more, is that even the one I use? Good question. Is it? Let's see. Can you even find a person directly on this? You can. Does say you have no posts. Interesting. Huh. Well, I mean, when you go into your backend there's an option to view your hidden posts. Have you clicked that and then clicked each one to see if there's an option to post a gallery from there? Maybe it just wants an extra step. I just wanted this mushroom. Well, I mean, like, if you go into your backend right now, does it show where your post is being hidden? Because there's like a hidden section for all your stuff that's not considered, and you know, posted to the gallery. Like, you can go in here and you can click hidden and you can see all the hidden stuff. I didn't used to post to the gallery. I used to post other ways, and that was stupid. I mean, I don't know why I did that for some of these, to be honest. Actually, some of them, I swear I posted a couple of them. Maybe they do hide stuff, because I could have sworn I posted this one and this one to it, and yet they're now listed as hidden, like all these ones. Interesting. Yeah, I think they did start hiding a bunch of ones. Interesting. Because I most certainly posted those as the other. Interesting. It's not like Imager's that great. I mean, I don't think I got any actual anything off it, but maybe. It's possible they made some changes recently. Well, did you give it tags at least? Because tags make a difference too, but I do think they hit some of my posts too. So I wonder if that's a new thing they're doing. Maybe. I think your real best bet is YouTube Shorts and posting on X. Keep it no longer than a minute. Like the 30 seconds to a minute, it's like the sweet spot. 30 seconds is probably better, more sweet than a minute. And just make it something that's action-packed enough to grab their attention, because the reality is you only have about maybe 15 seconds at best to get their attention. At least with YouTube Shorts, by the time they've clicked away, they've already watched it probably twice as far as YouTube Shorts are concerned. I have no idea. The problem with YouTube Shorts is I have no way to tell if they're working or not. Like, I'm getting views, and presumably some amount of views would make a difference and they wishlist it. But people looking for YouTube shorts are basically just like piggies eating the slop. They're not even really paying attention. They're probably not going to read comments or click your wish list or anything. So I'm assuming most of my wish lists are actually coming from X, because X actually tells you if people have clicked the link or not. So I assume most of my things have come from that. Sadly, it doesn't. Each reply post has its own thing, so I don't know like just how many actual clicks my trailer has gotten unless they click the link specifically in the original trailer post, which they've done that I think like 30 or 40 times, but I've gotten a lot more wish lists than that, that's for certain. It's just gonna be this. Let's see if this works. We will see. Hope so. I might just put a targeting reticle on things. Like just a overall targeting reticle. Wait for everything to load in. They're huge. And they're on fire. Well, so far it didn't work great, but oh, I think I forgot to give it the tag. I think they did hide my stuff. Well, they 100% hid my stuff. So I was looking this one and I put a wish list on Steam and they 100% hid this post. Same with this one here. Wish list on Steam here. Yeah, I guess they do hide them now. Well, the imager's worthless then. Don't waste your time with imager. I don't think I posted that one live. I don't think I even added that there. I think these even had views too, which is interesting. But yeah, they just mark them as hidden. Interesting. No one ever mentioned it either. They were fine with these. Interesting. Maybe they consider it just advertising and spam. I mean, they're not wrong. That being said, I don't think anyone uses Imager for anything else besides posting, things to post somewhere else. Aha! Wrong explode. It did different explode. I gotta get all actors with tags so I can get nearby explosive thingies. And then probably put a gravity thing on it. I also have to give it a targeting reticle so you can kind of see where you're aiming. Yeah, I like that better, that you have to launch a little projectile to grow it instead of just point and click, which is stupid. No, it's not the AI thingy. It's not what they're saying there, because my ones had hundreds of views and they hit them anyway afterwards. So it's probably just they're tired of people using it for advertising. I don't know. Because those ones got hidden after the fact. Maybe people reported it as advertising. I don't know. Seems a little weird to me, but you know, like maybe I'd choose the little circle one for this. Temperance has it. Oh. Let's get a quick bio break here in a sec. These are trying to stream more than like 5 or 6. No, well, actually, we're usually more than 4 or 5 hours at a shot, actually. Just I've been feeling as well when I do that, but kind of been messing with things, so. It needs a little trail on it. And probably a lower damage amount. Then it also needs to get the AoE thing. Make it work all the projectiles to work the same way, where they get all overlapping actors. I probably shouldn't have closed those. It would have been handy. Yeah. Yeah, take a quick bio break real fast. We'll stare outside for a bit. Yeah, we all went outside. Congratulations. messages here. Oh. Nope. Okay. I was playing with the Empress. I'm debating on how I want to make it better. Might as well leave this room reloaded in. Yeah. That's something I'm starting to see. The farther in I get, the more it's like, well, I'm still kind of futzing around with some of these early areas, making some changes to improve and everything, but it's like, I have a big portion of this building left here, buddy. Like, time to hurry it along. Like, you can make it better and better for a while, but time to hurry it along. There's deceptively a lot of places to go in these things, so it's kind of misleading in that, you know, there's multiple levels of areas for Poppet to run around. It's much more than it looks like. But, you know, I mean, chapter 2 is still a dumpster fire. The bosses are still all over the place. I keep making all these changes, and you can't balance a boss against perpetual changes to your... So you need to have all your core mechanics all down. The problem was I was making so many abilities that I've redone a bunch of the bosses I don't know how many times. That's just a disaster. It's a pure disaster. Oh, I want to get all actors. Yeah, I guess I can make it that it gets all the things like that, so... Maybe I do this. So the downside of this is this does a... This is working out the hit result. Do I use this hit result for anything, or is it just there? No. No. I just said it. As soon as it overlaps anything. Oh. I already said do once. Actually, set collision do once. I always do these instead, a little custom event, so this way I don't have to drag a line 9 million miles back. I'm stealing my code out of this elevator because I'm being lazy. Yeah, I'll just do the 42 about the ray element there. And the array is just going to be the other actors there, so... I might do this hit result differently anyway. Actually, no. Let's do this in different order. Had a bunch of the weird checks. Some of this stuff's pretty old, so. And I definitely could do a much better method doing it now. But I also don't want to reinvent the wheel because, you know, if it already works, don't change it. Like, if it doesn't work, feel free to change it, but... Okay, you're gonna make me do this, aren't you? I hate that bug. Wait a second. Been missing messages when I was focused on that. Yeah, I'll probably go like another 36 minutes, then I'll probably call it. So I'm thinking that I might actually want to have the option to make some things AoE and not. AoE. And if true, we're going to do this. Maybe I don't need this. Would be a bit much. Otherwise, we'll migrate this down some. I hate how far this line goes. 64. Sure. Hmm. See if it's actually hitting him or not. Might need to do once in there because it might cause a bunch of problems. Otherwise, I don't have to play around with it. Oh, I see. So we're recycling the same code. I need to put a restrictor on this here. And if it doesn't have it, then we can do that here. Um, after we run this for each loop here, because it's destroying it as soon as it hits anything, and that's what I want. Actually, maybe projectile hit had a that. Yeah, it's just gonna do the destroyed once anyway. That's all that matters. It's not very clean, but that's the unfortunate nature of how those are set up usually. Got two of them. Oh, hit it twice there. Uh-oh. It's a little better, but it's still not very good. It actually kept the same functionality as the other, except for now it doesn't plant bombs. So I guess it's not like a Bomberman thing, but at least it still grows, shrinks plants, and still blows things up. So it's not like totally off. Probably reduces damage a lot. I don't think it needs to be anywhere near the damage it is. I also think enemies shouldn't die in one hit, but we'll get to that. Why can't I hit you? I mean, I hit it, but I challenge you to do so. Super things are saying battery low. See any messages? Does not look like it. Wait for these to connect to the thing, and they're not doing that. It says they were connected, but I heard nothing. Where is my sound? Right. I was trying to use my microphone as a sound device to play back sound. I don't know why Windows C thinks that's even an option, but it does. Some of these tracks are really weird. Maybe at some point I'll clean them all out. It's supposed to be an epic boss battle? That's what this music's supposed to be? Doesn't sound like an epic boss battle to me. Doesn't even sound like a battle music to be 100% fair. Alright, for once I'm going to use it just to see. I don't think I've ever made use of this because it's so garbage. It's just weird, but in the interest of using it at least once, how do you know I have things like mini pop in it? I took out all that crap anyway. Like they were all original things I tried that turned out to be garbage. Yeah, or those. So now I do this, and I have to have all these, which is kind of nice. If you use it more than once, I could see it being good, but it'd be a lot easier if you could just pick the tags you want instead of having a whole separate container. Because now I got to click this and then try to figure out what's in it, instead of just seeing visually what it is. So, I mean, I guess, but not really. First time I've ever used it. Yay! It's never been useful up until this point. Ever. It's because I have all the enemy and player projectiles in there, and this the voodoo signal doesn't get used anymore. And Wheel of Fortune doesn't even use that either, so a lot of these things don't see the use that they once did. Oh, that's right, you can't change it. It's not a switch on string. It's this thing here. I gotta go open up an enum. I'm not gonna do that. I don't care. Well, it has to go through all of them anyway. This does have a delay until next tick, though. We're at a time when the projectiles were hitting themselves. I didn't know that was a possibility. You could hit yourself and have it count. I was mistaken. You most certainly can. I don't know why you need a display name here. That doesn't make much sense. Why couldn't it just be a matched actor? Do they have an exactly equal actor? I'm curious. I don't see why they wouldn't. Like, if other actor was just equal to this, you'd think that would also do exactly the same thing, only with less steps. Oh. No, the reason for this is because there might be multiple copies of the same type of actor. Well, actually, no, this... nah. Don't fix what isn't broken, right? It's such a mess. You can always tell when my code's older. And I go back through and kind of tidy it up a little bit and fix it so it's not the worst, but you can tell definitely the older code where I would reprogram it entirely differently if I was doing it today. I mean, I'm not gonna redo it, but I would do it differently if I was doing it today. Also, I prefer not to have code on top of each other if possible, just so it's easier to read later. I probably also split it into functions and things like that too, and make it much cleaner than this. There's no argument for doing that now, considering I'm gonna have to do some other stuff too with these. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to dupe this Empress one here, since it kind of does what I want, sorta. Which one are you? Oh, there's already one there. I'm just blind. That's fair. No, just the new folder. No, this other hat there, sure. Am I blind? Is it the... Maybe what I copy pasted was the wrong thing. I don't see a tower in there. What? Oh, never mind. It can't contain. I was like, I didn't even bother to read it. Smart. I thought there was a dupe of it, and I was like, I don't see it. I'm blind. Yeah, I am pretty blind. That's true. Should just type this out a lot faster than what I just did. The longer I do this, the more likely I do something dumb. It's the wrong folder. It kind of all blends together after a while, so you know, it is what it is. I think Victorian house has a chest set. Yeah. I could throw a little chess piece at it, which is kind of funny in its own right. I might like this chess piece better than the one that's totally white. It's not totally white. I don't understand what's up with that one. Is it because I made some of my own? Maybe I did that. Before I knew I could switch the material on them when I was first doing this, because a long time ago I changed the material and like gave material a special one in each one, and then I just duplicated each one because I didn't know any better. Long time ago. Over a year. Oh, this is Steampunk Office. They just already had it for me. Well, I think the tower being a darker color sounds cooler to me anyway. Well, these don't look as good though. It is funny to throw a little toy piece at them though. I want more of the stuff to be toys. Like that'd be a lot. Like that'd be awesome. Like it's part of the fun of, you know, bringing this down to a more manageable level where I get to make each ability much cooler than it originally was going to be. Where previously I just had as many abilities as possible, but none of them, well, very few got the love and care they needed to be actually cool. And I don't think that's worth it. Like, you don't want a million abilities that just kind of half-ass it, you know? Sort of ass it. I don't even know if half-assing it, but something. I had 13 minutes. I like this one better. I'm probably going to use it. Yeah, probably. Also, Victorian house is amazing. I suppose I should look how this crap up. But we use gas explosion 10 just to see it. I'm basically copying a lot of this code here, except for instead of the moon, it's going to be a different one here. We're going to go to the inventory action on this one here. Divide these abilities up here. Interaction check the moon. Sure. I guess it is an illusion. I don't like that interactable type on this particular one here. Like tower protected or something. Sure. Got tarot, huh? Not bad. Get back up here so I can check it for later. There's crap up in the background. You call it like a moon door? No. An object? Sure. Oops. Saliva. There's nothing. Tower here. The projectiles find the tower. The only things I gotta change to put this in here, but that's okay. Tower projectile, put it here. Don't even have an outfit for this one. Maybe I'll give her a little chest hat. Be pretty fitting if you got this from, like, you know, the Red Queen or something. Oops. Didn't destroy it, but at least it makes them go away. Doesn't bring them back, but I'll have to make them actually destroy too. Like, you know, I won't do that today, but they also don't need the thing around the outside because I don't want them to come back. Like before they were like an illusion thing that you could bring back and do things with, but I don't really see why I need that. I don't even see what that even does. Because quite simply, that doesn't... I don't know if you're going to block enemies with or what. Maybe at some point there'll be a use for that kind of mechanic and I might put it back in. Though not for the moon though, because too many abilities already. Reset these to hidden in game and deal with them later. Alright, I think I'm gonna go get some food, so I'll wrap this stream up. And I'll wander back tomorrow or something, or try to. Health problems brewing everything, but I do want to get back to stream more often than I was. We'll see. Anyway, I'll wave goodbye to people on YouTube and Kick, and then I'll raid out with people on Twitch. So, bye bye people on YouTube and Kick. See you tomorrow if you get bored. If not, thanks for watching anyway. And what to do about them?